Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seat as we will be starting our event very shortly. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Startup World Cup Malaysia 2025 KL Final. My name is Nicholas, and it is an honor to be your MC for today. Now, this afternoon, we have an impressive lineup of 10 promising startups ready to share their brilliant ideas, but only one of them will emerge as our champion for today. Organized by Pegasus Tech Ventures, the Startup World Cup is the world's largest startup pitch competition. With over 100 regional rounds across 6 different continents, this competition offers startups the opportunity to win an investment prize of $1 million US. Now this year, the 2025 grand finale will be taking place in San Francisco on October 17, bringing together the most promising startups from all across the globe. Okay? And once again, Growth Charger has been given the honor this year to host the Startup World Cup in Malaysia. This time, Malaysia will be represented by 2 chapters, one in West Malaysia and another in East Malaysia. The winners from the 2 chapters will then advance to the grand finale, offering them a powerful platform to compete globally and gain international exposure. Now, before we begin our event for today, we'll be playing a short safety video by ASB. Technical team, would you please?
Welcome to the Asia School of Business campus. As part of our commitment to your safety and well-being, here are a few important reminders in case of an emergency in either the academic or residential buildings. If you hear the emergency alarm once, please stay calm and wait for further instructions. If you hear the emergency alarm twice, please evacuate the building immediately. The emergency exits for the ASB academic building are located in the middle and at the ends of the buildings near the elevators. There are 2 assembly points for the ASB academic main building. The first point is on the north side of the building, in front of the main entrance. The second point is on the south side, near the ASB residence, by the front office in Block C. If you are seated in the Khazanah National Auditorium, the exits are located at the sides and back of the hall. If you are on levels 2, 3, 4, or 5, always use the nearest staircase to come down to the first floor. Be on the lookout for the emergency signage at the following venues. First aid kits are located in the pantry on every level of the ASB academic building and at the front office for ASB residents. Please be mindful of our smoke-free environment. Smoking is not permitted inside the building. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit more on the housekeeping. Do make sure that all of your mobile phones are set to silent to prevent any sort of disruptions. Now, if you do need to take a phone call, please do so outside of the hall. And if you're taking any photos or videos today, make sure you tag us on LinkedIn or Instagram at Growth Charger so that we can see all of your beautiful moments. Now, to kickstart our event for today, I would like to invite on stage the director and co-founder of Growth Charger, a leading startup accelerator and incubator, Iskandar Shafi, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. MC. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Yang Berusaha, Mr. Kamaru Arifin Muhammad Jamil, CEO of Cyberview, distinguished guests, partners, judges, friends of the ecosystem, our TED Bolt finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Startup World Cup Malaysia Final in KL in 2025. At Growth Charger, we are proud to once again host this landmark event, not just the organizer, but as the builder of Malaysia's startup ecosystem. Today is more than just a competition. It's a celebration of the talent, drive, and ambition to bring up our next wave of innovation. The Startup World Cup is no ordinary pitch event. It's a global tournament and initiated, powered by Pegasus Tech Ventures, bringing over 70 countries around the world in search of the world's top startups. The grand prize? A sweet shot for $1 million in investment at the global finals in Silicon Valley. Last year, Midwest Composites, a homegrown startup from Malaysia, stood on that global stage after winning our national title. It was a proud moment for all of us, proving that Malaysian startup can also compete and win at the highest levels. And today, we gather again, not just to crown the KL final winner, but to take another step forward, putting Malaysia on the global innovation map. But however, none of this would be possible without the collective effort from our partners. To Cradle, our title partner, thank you for championing early-stage innovation and for being the catalyst behind so many Malaysian startup success stories. To our strategic partners, Cyberview, MDAC, and Tegas, your ongoing commitment to driving innovation continues to create new pathways for founders. To our ecosystem partners, MDV, Work, SDAC, Makeramai, and iCube Innovation, you are the heartbeat of grassroots entrepreneurship, providing founders with the tools, the support they need, as well as the spaces. And just as important, we're grateful for our wider community of over 30 supporting partners from venture capital firms, ecosystem builders, the government agencies and private corporations, universities, and media. One of our missions is to help founders to build great companies and to help Malaysia become a global hub for innovation. We've helped accelerate over 250 startups, and every time we are reminded by this one thing. Malaysian founders don't lack ambition. In fact, they're not even lacking in ideas. What they need are the support from the right platforms, exposures, and connections to unlock their full potential. And that's why we're here today. The 10 finalists you'll meet represent the best of West Malaysia's startup talent, spanning across technologies in the form of health, finance, climate, and AI. Each of them is ready to take on regional and global markets, and this platform is one of their gateways. You guys ready? All right? Cool. But before I continue, I'd like to do a very short and brief announcement as instructed by our head of marketing. We're heading next to East Malaysia, like Mr. MC mentioned just now, for the Startup World Cup Kuching final at the end of this month. So on the 31st of July, at the Tegas Digital Village Auditorium in Kuching, as we continue our nationwide search for Malaysia's next global startup champion. If you'd like to be part of the action, please scan the QR code that's on your lanyard for more info and to RSVP. We'd love to see you in Kuching. Warmest regards, Anna. Okay, so Anna, there you go. So, to the finalists, this is your stage. And regardless of today's outcome, you're already part of something bigger, a movement to position Malaysia as a serious contender in the global startup arena. To the judges, thank you so much for your time, your insights, and helping shape the next generation of founders. And to everyone here, let's continue to build, collaborate, and push the limits of what's possible. And with that, together, let's make the final in KL is not just a competition, but a launchpad for global success, network, and connect with like-minded individuals, and last but not least, free food, right? Because we're Malaysians. And with that, thank you so much, and let the show start.
Thank you so much to Iskandar for your very warm welcoming remarks. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, up next, I would like to invite on stage our Startup World Cup ambassador, Avicenna Shukri, to deliver his opening address.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'd like to officially welcome you all to Startup World Cup Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur Regional. So, about myself, my name is Avicenna Shukri. I am the Startup World Cup Ambassador. Also, my day job at Pegasus is the investment manager. So, I've kind of traveled around the world into Startup World Cup events and be among with guys witnessing top startups competing to become the regional champion and representing today's Malaysia Kuala Lumpur event in our grand finale. So before we proceed forward, I would like to thank Growth Charger for the second year supporting Startup World Cup. Hopefully we can build Malaysian startup ecosystem together and help it grow, make the economy better, and help future generations. Okay, so a bit more about Startup World Cup. It's already mentioned before, the $1 million investment grand prize. So this event is held in over 100+ cities all over the world, spanning 6 continents, accruing about 10,000 startup applicants, 50,000 attendees worldwide, and it's one of the biggest startup events in the world. Okay, so a bit more about Pegasus Tech Ventures. So we are a global venture capital firm based in Silicon Valley. We have over $2 billion asset management, over 40 funds with top companies from East Asia, North America, and Southeast Asia. And we deploy this venture capital firm as a service model where we connect top startups such as Anthropic, SpaceX, Coinbase, and much more with global corporations such as Marathon Petroleum from the US, Aishin from Japan, Denka from Japan, Nitera, Mitsubishi, JapanNet, and Calbee from Southeast Asia. And why we do this is we believe that engaging in startups at an early stage will promote innovation, provide an avenue for networking as well as entrepreneurship, as well as provide a media coverage for growing startup ecosystem as well as existing ecosystem, providing a wider stage engagement with VCs and investment network from the US as well as East Asia. Okay. So some of the region that we cover in Startup World Cup is Europe. We start up off in Vienna, Austria, so we kind of travel around the world. Some of the cities are Luxembourg, Norway, and others. And we kind of, for South Asia or Southeast Asia, we started off in, I believe, in Taiwan, and then we continue on to other cities, even Mongolia, and now we stop here today in Kuala Lumpur for the Malaysian Kuala Lumpur final. And then we're going to continue on to Ottawa, Miami, and whatnot, and then we continue on to Argentina, Brazil, and we even have events in South Pacific, in Australia and New Zealand. And we're gonna stop our event, our global event, in Silicon Valley in the 17th of October. So this is kind of like the expected event that's gonna happen in Silicon Valley. We have 2 days worth event for the regional champion and our partner, but for everyone else, the main event is going to be on the 17th, where it's going to be the biggest event that's happening in the Valley as well as San Francisco, where the winner will be announced and receive a $1 million investment grand prize. So a bit more color on the grand finale itself. Like I mentioned, we have over 3,000 attendees on the day. We've been getting more and more interest from the Valley, as well as other parts of the world that we hosted the event in. We have representatives from Africa, South Africa, East Africa, West Africa, even Central Asia, Mongolia, even Kazakhstan. So we also provide an avenue for connectivity, networking with startups, as well as CVCs from Google, Amazon, as well as top VCs from the Valley. So, and furthermore, we provide media coverage with over 50 media outlets, such as Fortune, Business Insider, Bloomberg, and whatnot. So here are some of the speakers that we invited thus far. Last year, we invited Tim Draper. That's one of like the main driver for the event, but we invited Vinod Khosla from Khosla Ventures, Steve Wozniak in our Tokyo event this last year. So this year, we're expecting more top speakers from the Valley as well as Fortune 500 companies. We also invite top accelerator incubator advisors from Kleiner Perkins, Techstars, as well as top CVCs such as Samsung Ventures, M12, and whatnot. Okay. So for everyone that wishes to take like an early purchase of the ticket, feel free to scan the code. This is a bit new for this year, so it's kind of a new thing that we kind of try to encourage people to sign up early and get a discount on the ticket itself. And there's one more nuance for this year. We're gonna start this called Global Mentorship Program, where people that does not partake in the pitching competition can be involved with Startup World Cup as a mentor, supporting your local startup before the grand finale. The startup mentor will also receive VIP perks from Pegasus, as well as networking opportunities. So this is another way we provide feedback to the startups as well as the ecosystem to be more involved with Startup World Cup. And this last one is the Global Dance Challenge. This is the newest thing that we kind of do. So if you want to compete in this dance challenge and win $100,000 cash prize from Pegasus, yeah, feel free. This is going to be a global event. Feel free to scan it. You can watch it on YouTube or go to startupworldcup.io dance challenge. This is going to be a new thing. I've kind of witnessed this, the whole progression internally. It's kind of exciting and it's interesting. So we'll see who's going to be the winner for the $100,000 main prize for Startup World Cup Dance Challenge. Yeah, I guess let's get down to business on the pitching events. So the event's going to be a 5-minute pitch with a 5-minute Q&A, and then the judge will adjudicate, score, and the winner for the Startup World Cup Malaysia Kuala Lumpur final will be announced. So I would like to take the time to recognize some of the judges. Julian Tan from Cradle Fund, Jake Theo from Ignite Asia, Shafir Salim from CyberView, Shan Liu Tai from Endeavor, Chen Chao from 1% Advisory Coaching, Fajil Sham from MDEC. Thank you for making the time today, and appreciate your feedback, and thank you for supporting Malaysia and Kuala Lumpur startups. Okay. So for everybody that wants to, I guess, be part of Startup World Cup and watch all of our traction on social media, feel free to add us on on top social media, as well as tag us on Startup World Cup, hashtag Startup World Cup, or hashtag Pegasus Tech Ventures, or hashtag pitch competition. And before I go, I'd like to show you guys a montage video of Startup World Cup 2024, as well as what we can expect for 2025. So please enjoy the video.
Welcome, everyone, to the Startup World Cup Grand Finale 2024. Who's excited to be here? Anyone? Woo! I know I am. We have an amazing show lined up for you today. We have incredible speakers, panel discussions, startup presentation, and the thing that I know we are all really here for, to see who wins the grand prize of a $1 million investment prize. Anybody excited about that?
Done this in 100 plus countries and regions. This is the first time you go to your Google or ChatGPT and check the largest startup competition in the world. Check what the answer is. That's Startup World. It's not only $1 million basically. I have heard all the champions from the previous year, they actually received more than $1 million. In fact, the last year's champions, we ended up giving them $5 million.
the moment we have all been waiting for, the grand prize winner who will walk home with $1 million investment. Congratulations to our winner of the 2024 Startup World Cup. Please give it up for Earthbridge. Woo! Representing Silicon Valley.
Okay, thank you for your kind attention. For everybody that's here today, take this opportunity to network and expand your horizon. Some of your colleagues might have expertise that you might be lacking, and take this time as an opportunity to expand your network, expand your horizon, and if you wish to talk to me, I make myself available on the floor. Feel free to ask me about venture capitalism or any kind of business question you might have, or any concern that you might have on your startups. I'll be happy to answer any questions. For the startups that are competing today, I wish you good luck, and may the games begin. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Avicenna, for your opening address. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, if you can't build a business, never too late to be a TikTok dancer lah. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the main event of today, which is our startup pitching session. Is everybody excited? Yeah, no energy, no energy. Is everybody excited? You know why or not? Iskandar, you told too many people there'll be free food. Then they come, they didn't eat, so now no energy. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to explain the significance of the QR code printed on the back of your lanyard. All right, so everybody just take a look at your lanyard. Now, by scanning this QR code over here, it will bring you to our investor kit, and it is completed with today's event details and all the insights you need about the presenting startups. Now, how is it going to happen today is that each startup will be given 5 minutes of time to pitch and 5 minutes of Q&A with our judges. Now, do take note, there will be no extension of either the pitching or the Q&A session. Presenters, you'll be notified by the sound of the bell. 1 bell means you have 1 minute left. Okay, and 2 bell means your time is up. All right, thank you so much. Now, before we dive into the pitches today, allow me to introduce our esteemed panel of judges. We have the Senior Vice President of Grants and Investment at Cradle Fund, Juliana Jen. Head of Technology Hub Development at Cyberview, Shafina Salim. Managing Director of Endeavour Malaysia, Shanli Tay. Head of Funding Facilitation, Industry and Ecosystem at MDEC, Fazli Hisham. Okay. Vice President of Investment at Ignite Asia, Jake Tui. And last, the founder of 1% Advisory and Coaching, Chen Chao Yo. Right, now without further ado, I would like to invite the first startup of the day. Please welcome on stage, Rayhat Automation, presented by Bazlan Bakar.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. I am Bazlan Bakar, the co-founder and the CEO of Rayhat Automation. We specializes in the AI-powered automation platform for the tourism and hospitality sector. In 2020, we started the first digital hotel in Kelantan. Out of the good ideas, we came with this idea to start with in Kelantan during the pandemic. We started the first digital hotel, and the reason why we were successful during the pandemic because of the internal technology that we built in-house. In 2024, we got advice from MDEC to spin off the solution. So we did spin off the solution. In Q1, we formed the team, and in Q2, thank you, Fazli, for the grant. So we got the MDEC grant to get started. And then Q3, we got investment from our VC, and Q4, we got help from the Kelantan government to further modernize the niche in Kelantan. 2025, we are on our path to triple our revenue from the first year. And what we are trying to solve in the market today is very prevalent and also very obvious. One is operational efficiency in hotels. 60% of what's happening in hotel operations today very manual, and we aim to solve that. And clearly, it is a very fragmented market. If you want to modernize one hotel, you need to speak to 3 to 5 vendors. And we came into the market in a different approach, which is a one single solution provider like Microsoft. So all of these things come to number 3, which is affects into the high cost and complexity of deployment. We lose, solution provider today lose 70% of the market because they cannot serve at the price point of the SMB market today. Now, the first solution that we came up specializing in the QR check-in system as well as a smart lock. And then we built our own internal ERP because of my background in ERP to be able to support the hotel. Out of this one single solution, today we expanded into so many different areas. We're building the whole ERP system from the direct booking all the way to the feedback management using AI. And as of Q1, we already secured 20+ operators across 250 rooms today. And that's done with a very limited budget and funding. And in our pipeline today, we have about 300,000 ringgit of value that need to be touched in the next few quarters. And that's excluding what's going to happen in Indonesia soon. So thank you so much to the government of Indonesia under Kadin within the Chamber of Commerce. We are going into Indonesia hopefully by Q4 to be able to set up operations there and to be able to expand further so that we could get to the J curve there. Now, what we are trying to aim today is that $70 billion ringgit market. But what we are trying to go now in the next 3 to 5 years is that 500 million ASEAN for 7% of the market. What we do today, how we charge in the market today is subscription basis. Of course, out of what you see here is only 1% of the total price list that we have. We have about 20 price lists the way we charge customer. And we go for subscription. We do have devices as well as on the consulting basis. We do have a competitor today, but none of them approach the market the way we do, which is a single ecosystem provider. All of them came in as a vertical very specific to their department. So we come in with hardware and software together. The rest, they go it's either software only or hardware only. There's a reason why our commercial director today have a good time when it comes to closing deals. So what we are trying to do today is to get to that potential 4-star and market and above to that 5 million revenue in the next 2 to 3 years to go. And inshallah, with the ASEAN expansion, we should be able to get to the J curve. So thank you so much to our advisor today, Dr. Kamarul on the hardware side, Omar Munshi on our investor side, and the rest. I myself, I came from Microsoft. I was 2-time Microsoft. The first time was on engineering side, the second time on the GTM side, which is the sales side. So I have both sales and engineering background. We have a game developer in-house as well as our co-founder, Azam, specializing in the construction and technical part. We are looking for $200,000 that we're going to flip our focus. Last year, our focus was primarily in development. Going next, our focus will be GTM, or acceleration of our growth. Why now? We already figured out the what. We already figured out the who. Now, let's figure out the how, which is building the scalable sales engine, not only in Malaysia, not only in Indonesia. Indonesia is just a starting point for growth, but across ASEAN. So thank you so much to our operators that have been with us today, and thank you so much to the audience here and the judges. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much to Rehat Automation for your pitch. We will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges. Could we please reset the timer, please, technical team?
Hey.
Hi. Can you tell me a little bit more about the product and how scalable is it? Like, does it have to be customized for the different markets you plan to enter into, or is this really a very global product from day one?
Thank you. We are SaaS as a DNA, which is the product itself is ERP, is a standardized product sold as SaaS. We can customize based on the deal value, which is if they are like Hilton, then it makes sense to customers. But we are, by DNA, is SaaS. The only thing that would be a bit different is that we also do hardware, which is the reason why it is easier for us to sell, because we can close the deal by selling the hardware story. And that's what makes us different from competitor as well. Competitor today, when they meet operators, they say, I'm doing software. Even doing software, I'm doing this department, channel manager, property management, but we do the whole ecosystem. The reason being that we saw in the market, especially advisors from VC as well, that if you want to play vertical, you cannot do pillar by pillar. You have to go all like end to end. Then you can win in vertical. If you don't play end to end, you cannot win vertical. And we want to be the best in vertical, this particular vertical. Thank you.
Thanks, Baslan, for the presentation. Probably you can share a bit in terms of, because currently you are in the Malaysian market as well, Indonesia. How's the current trends like? Because, for example, like in terms of the tourism, hospitality, how's the market like right now? Because, for example, like I have a friend, have just closed a budget hotel in Langkawi, so I'm not sure. So I think that's a common challenges at the moment, especially with the now. I think people can actually now travel, quite freely. So how's that able for you to actually address that challenges as well? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fazli. So basically, the reason why we try to expand at the moment because of the data that's shown to us. When we started opening our advertising across ASEAN, we saw Indonesia became the first in our pipeline. And it was like, okay, we cannot wait. We have to go there. That's the reason why we started to go to Indonesia, find a partner, and then work with the Chamber of Commerce to be able to enter the country. I think in terms of challenges that we have when it comes to entering the country, is more on the language barrier, not much into the software itself, because people, in a way that the market is already mature enough to understand the need for this particular solution. But what we need today is customization when it comes to language and such to be able to enter the country. In fact, my commercial director here also were quite surprised when we see our leads here, a lot of leads coming from different part of ASEAN country.
Maybe two questions.
Hi.
Part one is from the hotel perspective. What's the break-even point as they embark on this, right? For the locks and everything. The number two is what's the LTV over CAC?
LTV we have today for one hotel at probably 15 room is about 1,000 plus, 1,000 plus for one room. So they have 15. This is going to be about 10K LTV. LTV is about 1 year for our case. At least today, because we are 1 year old company. So those who stay with us for 1 year is considered as LTV. So we do have that kind of LTV of 10K per operator for 15 rooms. The higher you go, the better, of course. The other value that we are seeing is in terms of hardware sales. So that's where another blended revenue could come in.
Hi, Baslan. Just last question from me. What's your plan in terms of to scale, looking at the capacity of the company itself as you're penetrating a bigger market like Indonesia and the rest of ASEAN?
Hi, thank you so much. This will go back to Ms. Chulanya Jan and team, which we approach Cradle to be able to support us when it comes to building the scalable sales engine. To be able to enter, one is to be able to grow in Malaysia, but growing in Indonesia, we have a different coordination. When Chamber of Commerce try to help us, basically we're gonna go in via Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber of Commerce, then they already prepare us to buyers, company buyers. So basically, when we enter, one of the conditions that they have is you need to, based on what they have seen our numbers, you need to get to these numbers in second year, and it will trigger the M&A play for Indonesian partners. So with the help of Cradle, inshallah, then we should be able to further build the scalable sales engine, because the what and the how already figured out. Now is the what and the who already figured out. The how of building the scalable engine is coming next, before we go to Series A, inshallah.
All right, thank you so much to the judges, and thank you so much, Rehat Automation. You may now be seated.
Right.
All right, so up next, let's welcome on stage Wiser Machine, presented by Ibrahim Gatila.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. My name's Ibrahim. I'm one of the co-founders at Wiser Machines. I'm sure you all understand the immense role that manufacturers play in shaping our economy. Unfortunately, the industry loses a massive $800 billion every single year because of unplanned machine breakdowns. Surprisingly, 70% of manufacturers operate without predictive maintenance capabilities. To take on this challenge, we've developed an AI-powered engineer that can transform manufacturing operations by automating the entire maintenance workflow. Our solution consists of three key components: non-invasive hardware, AI-powered predictive maintenance, and an AI-powered dynamic scheduler. So the way it works is we connect our non-invasive hardware to machinery in a plug-and-play fashion that can help transmit its data in real time. Our proprietary machine learning algorithm then analyzes this real-time data to detect anomalies. Once an anomaly is detected, our AI engineer comes into play. It intelligently prescribes recommendations and automates work orders for maintenance teams that transforms hours of guesswork into minutes of intelligent processing. We're already working with some of the leading manufacturers globally with names like Toyota, Honda, and Pepsi. These are some of our most impactful installations, and each of which has generated 2x in ROI for our clients. The market we want to operate in has immense potential. At this stage of our journey, we want to focus on the Malaysian, Pakistani, and the United States market, which makes our total addressable market at $5 billion. Within these geographies, we want to specialize in the textile, electronics, and automobile sectors, making our serviceable market size at almost $200 million. With the asset, the team, expertise, and the strategies that we have, we're confident that we can reach an annual recurring revenue of $4 million within the next 3 years. And to understand the condition and the demand of the market, we conducted a market research with more than 250 manufacturers, and most of them shared an interest in deploying predictive maintenance capabilities within the next 3 years. So we have a lot of competition in the market, but what makes us stand out is our approach to predictive maintenance. On the basis of the customer discoveries we've done and the learnings we've had with our clients, we've realized that while most manufacturers want predictive maintenance capabilities, what they really value is having an optimized and steady production plan. While our competitors provide accurately detecting accuracies, they lack capabilities on assisting manufacturers in optimizing their production plans. That's where our dynamic AI scheduler comes in. It helps manufacturers to update their production plan in real time on the basis of their machine health. And we've already helped a leading manufacturer optimize their production plan by 20%. Our pricing model is very simple. We charge subscriptions, and we go all the way from $500 to $700 per machine per year. So we've got a market that shows demand. We have early traction. We've generated almost $500,000 in revenue. But how do we take our startup to the next level? And to do this, we've created an intricate go-to-market strategy that builds and focuses on partnerships. We're going to partner with ERP integrators, M&E providers, OEM manufacturers, and trade bodies to help scale our product. Our team's the perfect fit to take on this challenge. That's because we're all manufacturing enthusiasts. We've got the necessary technical chops, and we've got experiences from organizations like Georgia Tech, Boston University, and Apple. I myself am a third-generation manufacturer, and I bring my knowledge and networks from the industry to the table. These are some of our advisors that help us build our product and our business. So far in our journey, we've made some amazing partners. We're investor-backed. We've secured $500,000 in funding. We've won major global competitions, and we're also backed by top academic institutions that help us stay on top of emerging technology. Today, we're asking for $250,000 to help us go to the market faster, increase our research, development, and commercialization, but most importantly, register the patent on our dynamic AI scheduler. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Wiser Machine for your pitch. We will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges.
Maybe in terms of your pricing, right? You got 500, 600, 700. Any reason you do it very close, right? Instead of, let's say, 100, 500, 2,000 or something, right? So that you capture a different market. Just hear the thoughts.
Yeah, so we're very early in our journey, and we are understanding this pricing model better. But so the way we structured it was by comparing what other predictive maintenance solutions charge, and we realized that on an entry level, a lot of manufacturers don't have the operational capability to onboard predictive. That's where we introduced earlier pricing points as well.
Thanks, Ibrahim, for the presentation. Just want to know if you can share a bit more details in terms of how the product works, know what the data that you collect, and I think how the installation, because I've seen some of the solution out there. I think the issue sometimes where they want to install the thing, and because the machines is already already there, then a bit difficult to put it in either exterior or interior and things like that. So just to understand a bit more on the
Yeah,
on the product.
so we're end-to-end integrated in the sense that we make our own hardware, and our sensing capabilities include current, temperature, vibration, and ambient conditions. And we, as myself as a manufacturer, I understand what parts of rotary equipment are broken down the most. We've got vibration analyst experts that work with us. So we have an understanding on where to integrate on the machine. On the software layer, we've got AI-powered predictive maintenance that uses a similarity-based model to detect anomalies. And we have a whole agentic workflow that automates the decision-making for manufacturers and maintenance teams.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I may have missed this, but did you have a revenue figure? How much did you get in your last year?
$450,000.
That is last year?
Total. So last year and this year combined.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You mentioned you needed $250,000 for go-to-market. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your go-to-market plans are?
So we're looking to build partnerships. We're talking with integrators, like companies that are leaders in the industry, like integration experts and Telemarks Consulting. These players, to build partnerships with them and to go to the market jointly with them. So this would look like going to expos together or going to industrial partners, giving pilots with them. So that's how we've done it, and that's how we plan on scaling it with what has worked for us. And we intend to use the network with companies like integration experts or ERP integrators for their customers and to upsell to them, basically.
Hi, I'm sorry. Just to follow up, how many machines are your devices on right now?
500, around 500.
And across the different countries that you're in, what are the percentages across
So
the country?
the largest chunk that we have is in Pakistan. We have some in the United States, but those are not paying clients. We've got installations in Georgia Tech and in Boston University, and we have some in Malaysia as well.
So those are the pilots in the States.
In the States, yeah, they're pilots. They were the earliest pilots that we actually did. So we started Wiser Machines in Georgia Tech while my co-founder was doing his master's there.
Is your plan to go to the US immediately after this?
Yes, we're actively building partnerships in the US. We were in a sandbox stage. Our product is near completion, and we're gaining confidence to go to that market. It's just that the unit economics in North America require a lot of confidence in the product itself. We're at that stage now. So our most recent partnerships with HiByte in the United States, let me show you actually. So these are what our partnerships look like right now. We're partnered with ATDC in the United States, with Georgia AI for Manufacturers, and like I said, HiByte. HiByte is one of the leading integrators in the eastern coast of operational data from equipment.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, so thank you so much to our judges, and thank you so much to our presenter. You may now be seated. So up next, let's welcome on stage Strategic Experts presented by Dr. Shaktivel.
A day after Raya, we find that there is some major headlines hit Malaysia, which is Putra Heights gas pipe issue. Hi, I'm Dr. Shaktivel from Notcom. Would like to present to you intelligent AI-driven predictive maintenance and asset integrity management solution. Well, looking into global trend, AI-based predictive maintenance have been a global trend past few years. With ESG alignment and regulatory mandates, energy sectors, energy industries have put AI-based predictive maintenance as one of their top 3 technology priorities, especially in APAC, Gulf, and ASEAN region. Well, what is really happening in this industry? When defect happens, we lost in revenue. But to identify the defect itself takes a longer time. But with the timeline of identifying the defects, it caused these solutions to be temporary. That's where Notcom come to the perspective. We are narrowing the gap in between problem and the solution by reducing the high operational costs, reducing unplanned downtime, and reduce environmental and safety risk. How we are solving the problem? First, with macro-level inspections, we identify high-risk spots areas with geospatial AI data. From there, we get into micro-level inspections. At this stage, we identify the defects. And then we simulate it and evaluate the severity of the defects on the structure. From there, with the AI-based structure integrity predictions, we are able to predict the lifetime, durability, reliability of the structure. Now, Notcom comes into this perspective where we are not only identifying the problem, which most of the competitors are doing, but we are predicting it and prescribing in accordance to the problem. That's where the real market works, where we prescribe the best solution that best suits the case at the simulation stage itself. Well, this is our track record. One of our client, MK, they are able to enhance the defect detection accuracy, and they are able to provide analysis and reporting, and they see an increase in their sales, and they can reduce their overall operation flow and reduce the cost as well. And this is why Notcom is important, because we are not only analyzing the data, but we are providing end-to-end structural intelligence platform in a single window digital twin platform, which is robust enough to be adopted in predictive and prescriptive maintenance, which is scalable and customizable across industries. Well, even though this particular market has been dominated by big players, but providing AI-based predictive and prescriptive maintenance within a single window, Notcom outperformed 83.3%, which is in comparison with average competitors. And the market opportunity that we are looking into is 0.01% of APAC maintenance market, which is USD 30 million. And of course, our early adopters will be energy sectors. Our revenue model will be starting from the subscription, data analytics, equipment sales, consulting services, and API integrations as well. With that revenue, we are able to see a break-even in the mid of second year if our customer growth rate is at 45% and customer payback period is less than 12 months. And this is our core team. We started as a research-based, PhD research-based startup. From there, now we are heading into commercialization. And like how I said, this particular solution is not limited to only energy industry, but also we have started to put our footprint within solar, oil and gas, marine structure, constructions, and agri-tech as well. And this is our client base. Across 5 different industries, we have 11 clients so far. And this is one of our past projects. With the same AI model and the algorithm, we have done sunk vessel inspections, solar farm inspections as well. And what we need, of course, we need investment. In a total of 2.5 million, we are looking ahead to scale across the world, and with collaboration, we can find Nodecom creating impact within the industry. And with our track record, formidable track record, we have been recognized by startup ecosystem partners, inclusive of Google, AWS, SolidWorks, and of course, by Cradle as well. And we have put or marked a significant milestone in Oil and Gas Asia Innovation Challenge up to proof of concept within the energy sectors. With that, let's predict with Nodecom.
Thank you so much, strategic experts, for your pitch. We will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I just want to be clear. Nodecom is the tool that you develop, but Strategics Expert is a company that does consulting for oil and gas.
Yeah, Strategics is a registered company. Nodecom is our brand because we need to increase our valuation for investment sake as well. And then for different industries, we have different brands. For example, for solar, we have another brand called Inspector, which is our brand as well. But we can't, promote Nodecom within the same industry. So we are putting different brands within the different industries, but with the same AI engine behind it.
How many customers do you have right now for Nodecom, the tool?
We have two, yes. One is from Kuwait, which we started our proof of concept from there. Now we have another partner, which is MK. And to be very honest, yesterday I just finalized another deal with another inspection company where they are ahead of coming into our Nodecom solutions as well.
Any revenue from those two clients?
Yeah, we do have. I'm not sure why I cannot change the slide to previous slide. Can I, can I just show the slide which is client base? Okay, with that, as of now, we have started to gain almost 8,000 USD of, 8,694 USD because we have been in market so far within 6 months. Yeah,
thanks.
With these two clients.
Hi. Okay, looking at this revenue model, and you mentioned about your general revenue model. So are you saying that looking at these figures is different? So are you looking at turnkey charges, or is there a standard rate that you charge to your clients? And how do you, since you mentioned that you already penetrated Kuwait as your first customer, right? How do you look at the deployment for the team to look at? Is it more on the software side, or also how do you look at the hardware implementation as well?
We initiated with our software side first because our OPEX will be very high if we start with hardware. And then we generated revenue. We gained the trust, especially rather than getting money, it's actually the data actually from this industry. So we get the data from Kuwait, we process, we train the model, and then it expand our market to Malaysian infrastructure, where we started to invest in our hardware as well.
What's your prediction accuracy percentage?
75%.
Is that the standard industry standard?
Industry standard is actually 85%, but we are 75%. Of course, we need more data to be trained. But the accuracy is still there. But beyond on that, the 83.3% that I showed just now is actually the predictions and the reporting style of the particular inspections.
Okay, but are you gonna move towards 85%? Is that the
actually we are targeting 90%.
Okay, by?
By actually we are targeting to have 10 more customers. If Petronas is in the room, they can ask, they can give some data for us to train the model.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For your revenue here is over what period of time?
Within 1.5 years.
Okay, so let's assume that this is 1 year, right?
Yes.
So that's about 26,000.
Yes.
A year.
Yeah.
So today's market valuation is about 3x revenue. So it's about $80,000 valuation. I give you a bit premium, $100,000 valuation.
Okay.
To raise 2.5 million versus $100,000 valuation, how is it going to work? So maybe that's question one, because there's a big disconnect, right, between your revenue and what your ask is. Because it seems that you are at $2.5 million ask is you are assuming about $10 million valuation, which is 100 times market average valuation of today's your business size. Maybe that's one. The second is you're focusing on a lot of industry, a lot of business model. Should you focus? Like, because with limited resources, sometimes less is more.
Okay, so to answer the first question, which is on the valuation part, actually that's why I mentioned in total we need 2.5 million. So we are not just asking, just invest 2.5 million. We have a periodic investment that we are looking ahead, which we are looking ahead on investors to start with 200,000 first, then into 2.5 million. The reason why I put big numbers is because I'm aware that there are a lot of energy sectors, companies are around. Energy sectors is a big money. So we need more money for us to get into the market first, point one. Point two, why we are not only focusing in one specific industry, which is oil and gas industry. We started that. We started at oil and gas industry. But this industry needs a lot of standard compliance, which eventually will make our market entry delayed. Therefore, we started to focus in different industries, but this is our niche, where we are using the same AI model across different industries. So, why not more, rather than just focus one? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to strategic experts, and thank you to our judges. You may now be seated. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed on with the rest of the pitches, there's a lot of numbers being thrown around, right? So today MC also got a number to throw around. Car plate NCC 3943. Okay, I repeat again, car plate NCC 3943. Would you please move your car? Okay, today lucky number can buy Toto, okay? All right, so with that being said, up next, let's welcome on stage Liquid Pro presented by Irman Sulaiman.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone, what if I told you that the simple plastic bottle can be used to power up your car? In Liquid Pro, we are doing exactly that. 1 hour, no sorting, full from waste. I'll collect that later. Right. So we are from Sustainable Technology, and we are in the mission to convert trash into energy. Why are we doing this? Globally, 300 million tons of plastic waste is generated annually, all right? Yet, only 20% of it gets recycled. And that is far below what the United Nations has targeted by 2030. And why is that? The current technology just can't keep up, especially with the mixed and unsorted plastic waste. So there's a missed opportunity there. Plastic is made from the same building block as the crude oil. The current technologies are inefficient and it's costly, hence making the potential loss. So how does Liquid Pro solve the problem? We have the exact solution, we have the exact recipe to convert the plastic into usable oil. So how does we do it? So we have 3-step process. We take mixed plastic, your everyday plastic, no sorting, no hassle, put it into our machine, and here's a key thing. We are using our proprietary catalyst, and we give the plastic a high-tech spark treatment. So in the reactor, we heat the plastic with the absence of oxygen, which means that there's no burning, no emission, no gas, all right? Cool, right? Then after 1 hour, out comes clean, usable oil, ready to use in your engine, and more. And what makes Liquid Pro stands out? Number one, we can accept mixed and unsorted plastic. Just put everything together and we can convert it in just 1 hour, quick. And every bit of that plastic that we put in the reactor will be processed, and that oil can be used directly again. And in terms of the quality of the oil, it is shown that our oil, in terms of the heating value, it matches or exceeds the conventional oil, which means that it yields a high engine power while using less oil. And most importantly, in terms of the carbon emission, it is reduced in all aspects in comparison to the conventional oil. And how we plan to make money? Number one, as a service provider at only 2,000 ringgit per ton. Secondly, we can work on a build, operate, transfer model, and also we can sell the oil that we produce directly at only above 2 ringgit per liter. And the cost to convert the plastic with Liquid Pro is 33% lower than mechanical recycling, and to produce the oil is 20% lower than the price of the crude oil. So we are targeting these two segments, the plastic processing segment and also the plastic fuel users as our customers. And in terms of the opportunity, we are looking at the global, 1% of the global waste. We are talking about 6 billion ringgit revenue annually. And if we scope down to ASEAN, which produces 31 million tons of plastic waste yearly, if we tap only 1% of it, we are talking about 620 million ringgit revenue yearly. And if we zoom in into Malaysia, all of us, all right, are contributing to this 1.2 million tons of plastic waste. If we target 5% of the market share, we are talking about 120 million ringgit revenue annually. And okay, before that, this is only considering the revenue from the plastic processing. I haven't factored in the revenue from the oil sale. Right? If we put that together, then the price will significantly goes up. We are ready to scale. We need 6 million or a strategic partnership to make this happen, to build a facility that can process 5 tons of plastic waste, which can yield 4,500 liters of premium oil on daily basis. And yeah, this is the co-founding members, me, myself as the CEO, and my partner, Dr. Fazli, now in China. So we combine together, we have the business acumen and deep technical expertise, and in just 6 months of the company formation, we have gotten 2 gold awards and environmental awards at the recent technological expo. And this shows that we are not just talking, we deliver. And I guess this is the end of the beginning. From bottle to throttle, let's convert energy from waste.
Thank you so much, Liquid Pro, for your pitch. We will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges.
Thanks, Erman, for the presentation. Just to check, what's your current, do you have any traction at the moment? And if yes, what's your plan to go to market and those the target market that you have mentioned just now?
All right, so again, we just started our business in 6 months. We registered in January. At first, our target is straight we go to the market. But we found out that this activity that we are doing, starting from the plastic collection, storing, processing the oil, keeping the oil and selling the oil, it is a fully and highly regulated activities. So what we are doing at this point of time is to ensure that we are in full compliance of at least Malaysian regulation and acts. So to answer your question, we have our production, but we are not considering that as our revenue just yet.
It sounds like a brilliant product, right? I mean, I would say anybody also will throw money at this. So my question is, how can you get this out there faster and commercialize it instead of asking for a whole 6 million that you need? Is there a way for you to get this out there and gain some traction with lower amount of investment?
Definitely. So again, we are looking either the investment or partnership. So we are looking for partners that can scale together with us. And in fact, part of our business model is to have a build, operate, transfer model, which means that we can build the facility for our customer, and the customer could have the operation by themselves. So they can source their own plastic, and the oil can be used internally, or they can sell the oil. So we are targeting to blend within the existing recycling facilities or oil production companies. Yeah.
Like just now you showed that with that 6 million, you get 4,500 liter per day, right?
Correct.
So which means at a even I take it at 280 instead of $2 per liter, you get about 10 plus thousand a day, a month 400,000, a year 4.8 million, right? So for 6 million investment, you get 4.8 million gross revenue.
Yes.
What is the margin that will you get from this 4.8 million net profit?
All right. The margin, we are looking at about 30 to 40% margin.
Gross or net?
That
After
is
all
net.
stuff.
That is net. Because we have all the calculations towards the end of the slides, in which I didn't show during the presentation. So we have the detailed calculation, in which I'm happily and gladly share with anyone that is interested. We have spelled out all the OPEX and CAPEX for the operation for 1 year.
And this is based on that one factory that you mentioned.
Correct.
So if you look at it, right, 4 million ringgit revenue, and the OPEX is 3.8. So that means you make about $1 million ringgit max a year.
Exactly.
Which means your payback period for that machine is 6 to 12 years.
If we just do a 5 tons facility. And the good thing about our technology is that it is a scalable setup, which means that we can add new additional reactors within the system. Yeah. So we are talking about volume. Yeah. The more volume that we process, the higher revenue that you will achieve. Yes. Okay, we have another 1 minute, 15 seconds. Any questions?
How do you do it without sorting the plastic waste?
All right. So
Yeah,
again,
because
yeah.
I think there's another company, but it's sorted waste. So
Yes.
yeah, how do you do it?
Right. So we are comparing against. I think you're mentioning about pyrolysis of syngas, right? So how we make that happen is that the catalyst that we use, okay, the catalyst, that is the part that we patented. All right. That is our trade secret, our secret sauce, you could say it. So that enables the efficient conversion. So again, let me just remind you that this catalyst enables the efficient conversion in just 1 hour, 100% conversion efficiency. 100%, what does it comprises? 95% liquid and 5% is gas, combustible gas. Yeah, and that gas can be reused within the system, or if we have enough volume, we can also sell the gas as well.
Right, thank you so much to our judges, and also thank you so much to Liquid Pro. You may
Right,
now be
thank you so
seated.
much, everyone.
Okay. So up next, let's welcome on stage Go Baraka, presented by Audrey Zin.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges and guests. My name is Audrey, and I'm the CTO and co-founder of Go Baraka. We're a fintech that focuses specifically to meet the needs of the charitable sector, where we make donations transparent, traceable, trusted, and efficient. So last year, 15 billion ringgit was donated in Malaysia by the public, by corporates, and also in zakat collections. So donations and zakat is a very important component in society because it supports vulnerable poor, and also it promotes social justice. So this is why we're doing it. But we see a lot of problems, but two key ones are there's a severe lack of transparency, whereby we don't really know or we can verify what happens to money that's donated. Is it being sent to the right people? How is it being utilized? Number two is a very fragmented sector. Organizations are working in silo and using manual processes to fundraise and distribute donations. So which leads us to unwanted results. I'm sure you've read them in the papers. How donations end up being abused, wasted, and not really giving support to the people who really desperately need aid. So what have we built is we digitalize donations by converting multiple streams of donations, public, corporate, or zakat funds, into programmable e-vouchers. These e-vouchers are sent to pre-registered beneficiaries on the platform who are nominated, and they can be spent according to the category at the nearest locations. So what we are trying to achieve is transparency and traceability in donations. And number two, we want each transaction to be verifiable by donors, vendors, program owners, and beneficiaries. And number three, we want an efficient way to distribute donations and fundraise. So basically, this is how it works. Donors choose what type of donations they want to make on the platform through programs or directly to beneficiaries. And when they get it through WhatsApp, the beneficiaries can search on the e-voucher which is the nearest location, and all they need to do is scan the vendor QR, and the donation is unlocked, and they use it to pay for goods and services. So we also provide real-time transparency for organizations and donors, where you can really see at what stage your donation is utilized or not, and who gets it. So for every transaction, there is a barcode that generates on the platform to show real redemption. So the e-vouchers are programmable for essential needs, grocery, education, medical, utilities. And this is education fees being redeemed by an orphanage for Al-Quran classes. So we also built a vendor network for seamless redemption, activating Mydin, EonBig, Lotus, and we're API integrated, so that we are the exclusive donation-based fintech that receives it as payment for beneficiaries. So our corporate donors and partners are banks and organizations who have goals to be transparent in how they distribute their donations and corporate CSR. And Impact, we've distributed 1.2 million worth of e-vouchers through 5,000 beneficiaries. And on the platform, you can see the types of beneficiaries and assistance given. So our revenue model is we don't take any money from donations. We charge vendors every time a voucher is redeemed at their location. And we also charge admin fees and breakage through grocery e-vouchers that are not fully utilized. So our advantage is we are first to market to digitalize corporate and public donations. And we've won some awards internationally for impact and fintech. And we curate our own beneficiary database, and we're the only donation-based fintech with a growing vendor network. So the market size we're looking at is big. Globally, is 4.5 trillion ringgit donations globally. But for locally, we are targeting about 1 billion donations processed through our platform in 5 years. And our ask is 1.5 million ringgit for 18-month runway to activate more vendors. And for international pipelines, we are talking to organizations in Indonesia, Japan, New Zealand, mostly zakat-based organizations, where they want to trace where their money goes in terms of zakat, and also international NGOs. So traceability and transparency is a big thing now, because donations support a lot, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people globally. So this is a team of 4 of us. We have similar experience in social assistance and charitable donations, me specifically in refugee assistance. So that's why we've used e-voucher technology, so that we can help the unbanked receive donations securely. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much to Go Baraka for your pitch. Something to add on for the judges now, we will also be having a 1 bell to signify that it's 1 minute left for the pitching, just so that you all know. Okay? We will now have 5 minutes with the judges. Yeah, you may proceed.
Thanks, Audrey, for the presentation. Just one question. How receptive are the vendors or the merchant that you plan to activate? I mean, with the cost that you mentioned just now, I mean, how open are they to collaborate with you?
Okay. Thanks for your question. We actually take 6 months and above to onboard a very big vendor, Mydin, because of vendor agreements. They have to trust our system. So from then on, we were able to take a couple more months to onboard EonBig. So because we had donations coming in, we managed to convince Lotus. And yeah, but the first vendor was not easy to onboard. Yeah, because what we're building has not been done before, actually. Yeah.
Would you say you have a competitor in other parts of the world? Or is there anyone else who does something similar, maybe using a different method, but redemption of vouchers in terms of traceability, etc.?
Yeah. What we've seen is private organizations like UN doing this for internal purpose, and it costs them millions to build up. So in terms of public platform, we're the first. I mean, we've pitched globally, and we've seen maybe in India, but it's done by governments. So this is where we activate even public donations. You can instantly convert your donations to e-vouchers and send to anyone that you want, even your private beneficiary, your sister in the kampong, to get donations through e-vouchers. Yeah. So for private institutions, yes, they do it for their own internal, or maybe government or UN. We see for UN World Program, but it's not as robust or flexible as what we built, because our e-vouchers can convert to all the essential needs, medical, grocery. So the vendor network that we built, for example, medical vouchers, we onboard hospitals and clinics, groceries like Mydin and Lotus, and so forth. Yeah. So it's in terms of flexibility and robustness, crisis assistance. We're the first to build it this way. Yeah.
Hi. You're asking for $1.5 million. Can we know that what's the plan for that asking?
Yeah. 1.5 million ringgit is actually to build more vendor network API integration, because it costs money also to API integrate with, for example, Mydin has about 70 stores. So we are actually more on rolling out, because we want each beneficiary to have the nearest location for about only 5 kilometers, that they don't have to travel very far to, because what we understand from this sector is that you're helping people who have just enough amount of money, so sometimes they can't even redeem vouchers if it's too far from them. So we are planning to build a fintech that's received in almost all vendors that provides essential goods and services. So that in terms of fintech, that's the valuation lift that we're going for. So it does take some investments for staffing, business development, and also integration. Yeah.
Hi. Thanks for your presentation. 3 short questions. One is, what's your monthly active user? And 2 is, what's your churn rate? 3 is, what's your revenue so far?
Okay. Number 1 is monthly active user. Most of our users are public donors or beneficiaries. So we have about 5,000 beneficiaries. So the users depend on what programs we're activating on the platform. For example, recently we did a CIMB Bakul Khasiat program. So that one activated about, I think, 1,000 beneficiaries. Yeah, so you will see monthly active users follow what programs we're running. So we're seeing more and more public donors using our platform. Yeah. Sorry, the other 2 out of time.
Churn?
Churn rate, it's still very high with public donors, but for corporate donors, they just give us one big check and we distribute it as e-vouchers. Yeah, but for beneficiaries, they are able to log in to our web app and redeem the vouchers easily. Yeah.
And revenue?
Revenue, 1.2 million. We treat revenue is 8.5% from 1.2 million in GMV. Yeah. Thank you. It's about 100K, I think. Yeah.
All right, and with
Thank you
that,
very
ladies
much.
and gentlemen, thank you so much. Go Baraka. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first batch of pitches, and we will now be taking a short break. So do feel free to use the washroom, do stretch your legs outside, and we will return to the session at 3:35 p.m. Okay, thank you so much. We'll see you soon. and gentlemen, please to return to the hall as we will be resuming our agenda right now. Okay, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope all of you had a good short break. We will now be resuming our agenda with the second round of pitches. Now, without wasting any time, let us welcome on stage Carbotech, presented by Cho Chi Ho.
Hello, my name is Chi-Ho, the CEO of Carbotech. We are reinventing photosynthesis to address three greatest challenges of our time: food security, planetary sustainability, and human health. And here is how. In 2050, global food demand is projected to increase by 56%. And we are facing loss of 12 million hectares of farmland every year, and pesticide overuse polluting ecosystem. And smallholder farmers who farm 80% of our food in Asia is facing productivity decline. And to make things worse, mosaic viruses causes smallholder like Adib in Kedah having total loss for 3 seasons of his chili farm. And at Carbotech, we do have a solution for that, and the secret is in the leaves. And here is the science. Photosynthesis is not very efficient because only 2 to 4% of light energy is being utilized. And at Carbotech, we are converting the 96% of unused light spectrum into usable light spectrum so that plant can photosynthesize better, grow faster, and even producing more vitamins and active compound to the human being. And our product, Photosynthesis Enhancer, it's proven to increase crop yield across 16 countries in 40 types of crops. For example, rice yield up to 40% improvement, chili 29%, soybean about 30%. And farmers like Bak Agus in Indonesia enjoy doubling the income after using our product. And smallholder like Adib finally got a meaningful harvest yield after 3 seasons of suffering. And this is not about synthetic chemistry. Our quantum dots are made from agriculture waste. It's biocompatible, it's non-toxic, and can be applied in various industries. So we have tested in biopackaging as well as nutraceutical industry. So we are in the multi-sector play. And we choose to focus on agri-inputs because it's a huge market size with USD 500 million projected market size by 2033. And let me draw your attention back to my previous slide. Out of all these 40 crops, we choose to focus on one crop, that is rice. And just by focusing on this crop, Southeast Asia alone has 55 million hectares of rice field. And that gave us an annual opportunity of 5.2 million. And for now, 70% of our revenue is coming for rice crop. And we are selling to B2B and B2G by focusing more on distributors and partnership with potential partner or corporations, and also sell direct to farmers and plantation. So this is a team behind Carbotech. Professor Dr. Suraya is having 20 years of experience in carbon nanotechnology and chemical engineering. And I bring in 12 years of international business. Amiro, our second-time founder here, our COO, brings in precision into operations. And last year, we have recorded 6 times of revenue growth, and we are on track to be EBITDA positive this year. So we are scaling fast to win more market share. And comparing with other chemical synthesis carbon quantum dots out there, our solution is safer, scalable, and easy to be utilized by farmers. So it's more ideal for bio applications. So we are being recognized globally by CDL Paris, by IENA Germany, and many more. So we are empowering plants, people, and the planet. So from doubling income in smallholders and also reducing pesticide usage to accelerating reforestation, enabling biomedicine. So CarboGrow is just the beginning. So we will fundraise end of this year to further deepen our R&D and expand globally, and to solidify our position as global leader in biocompatible quantum dots, and hope that if you believe in the future of human health, food security, and even environmental sustainability can come into hand in hand, Carbotech, it's your opportunity to be part of that change. Let's grow it together. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to Carbotech for your pitch. We will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges.
Hi, Jill.
Yes.
Thanks for the presentation.
Yes.
I'm just curious about, is Carbotech a fertilizing agent or is it a fertilizer?
So it's categorized more like a biostimulant. So fertilizer usually contains nutrient element like NPK, but our solution only contains carbon. So the carbon quantum dots that I've shown in the video, like a blue photoluminescent liquid, so that only function as photosynthesis enhancer to help plants to capture more light. So we complement the usage of fertilizer and other biostimulants as well. Yep.
Thanks.
You mentioned there are competitors that that have chemicals used in the synthesis.
Yes.
How is your pricing model compared to competitors?
So, for example, one of the competitor, Ubigrow, because of their material is chemically synthesized, they couldn't actually apply their material directly onto plants because it's not biocompatible. So, what they do for agricultural application is that they put their quantum dots into greenhouse film and use as sell the product as greenhouse film rather than direct application. Yeah. And of course, the film pricing is more expensive than our solution.
Like just now you showed that you're trying to raise $5 million US, right? And your revenue is at $1 million ringgit projected this year, right? Which means about 200,000 US dollar. So what is the payback period for that $5 million raise?
So just to clarify, our projected revenue this year will be USD 1 million.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So and we have already achieved about 500,000 US dollar. So the payback period for that 5 million US dollar will be in 3 years. Because that is not funding for our manufacturing facilities. We already have our manufacturing facilities in place. Based on our last seed round of raising, that 2 million is spent on that factory. And the payback period for that factory, if we can sell everything that we could produce, 4 months will be the payback period actually. Yeah.
But payback is not at revenue, right? It's at net profit.
Yes,
level, right?
yes.
Okay, thanks, Chiho, for the presentation. Looking at you mentioned you are in the 16 countries. I think most of the are in Asia and I think Africa a bit. How's this benefit you? I mean, are you looking at the markets in the US or LATAM and things like that?
Yep. So definitely. So now we are focusing more on Asia or Asia Pacific growth. And last quarter, we just delivered our very first order to US. So we are seeing US as a huge market because one farmer persona there have 200 hectares of farm. And we are dealing with more smallholder in this region whereby an average farmer will only own 1 to 2 hectares. But we are not going to ignore this segment because we see the impact element here. Whereas from US, the market, beyond the tariff and whatnot, we still see our value add to this kind of medium or large size farmers or plantations. Yeah. Any more questions?
Where are you manufacturing your product?
Yeah, our pilot production facility is now in Puchong, Selangor, yeah.
So they're all, even those that are being sold to Indonesia or any other countries are from Malaysia, right? So how do you deal with the distribution towards, is there a more efficient way of doing that that can reduce your costs, export, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so we work closely with our distributing partners in different countries. So for example, one distributor that collaborating with us is from Singapore, and they are distributing our product into China and Thailand. So what we do is that we produce a concentrated solution of ours, and they will do the local repackaging and bottling in China facility or in their Thailand facility. Yep. Yeah. Any more questions? 40 seconds to go. If not, then I will quickly share some of the slides in my appendix to show you the actual cost benefits for smallholder. So this is Pak Agus from Indonesia. Per farmer, after using our solution, their net income increase is about $345 per hectare per season. So that's almost doubling their income. And we engaged deeply with the local stakeholders and local government authorities there to make sure that the impact is well delivered and the acceptance or the support from the government is there. And these are some of the testimonial from our farmers. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Kabotech and thank you so much to the judges. All right, so with that, right, so for the judges, I think what we can make clear is one ding means there's 1 minute left, so you can continue to ask questions, and only when there's a double ding, then it signals the end of the Q&A round, okay? So, so sorry for the confusion, but let me just clarify that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's welcome on stage Pacton Technologies, presented by Faisal Shadli Arshad.
Hi, I have been called the out-of-shape Malaysian version of Aquaman or Jason Momoa. It's just because I talk to fish too, is that I'm doing it through machines. So this is FishPeak, the AI native operating system for sustainable aquaculture. In Malaysia, we have around 21,000 aquaculture farms, where 70% of those are smallholders. We need to produce 1 million metric ton of fisheries by 2030, but the demand is doubling by 2050. And the farmers are basically, how are the farmers are going to do that? Because right now they are battling with high mortality rates, high feed costs, and a lot of guesswork. The common enemy here is none other than poor monitoring. MDEC gave us a shot to deploy to 50 sites nationwide. We started with sensors and look what happened to them. It corroded, it is rusty, and it needs continuous cleaning and calibration. So the farmhands just won't do it. When the data is wrong, it's purely garbage in and garbage out, so it serves no purpose. So then we pivoted. We pivoted into computer vision technology by using just your pond camera and also a smartphone camera to monitor water quality, and it's all being driven towards a friendly interface like WhatsApp. Right now, because of the 50 farms, we are able to train our computer vision technology with features like extracting features like algae color, water clarity, and foam density, and it's being trained over 1,000 real pond images tagged with sensor data. Our technology right now has achieved accuracy of 95% for the main water quality readings. By doing this alone, we are able to reduce the cost of adoption by 75%. I would like to take inspiration from Steve Jobs. They say the best technology is invisible, you won't even notice it. So what we do is we put every modules into the WhatsApp interface. From here, you can see the farmers are interacting with the chatbot and asking for water quality. The bot is able to answer to tell the farmers how much lime specifically to be added to the water when the pH is low. On top of that, they can scan a handwritten receipt and it will be automatically translated into their farm records, among other things. It is multilingual, Indonesian, Malaysian, English, Chinese, and also Japanese. So we have over 74 farms onboarded already, 54 in Malaysia and 20 in Aceh, Indonesia, that accumulates to 470 ponds. So the result that we have gathered so far was 30% increase in profit, 40% less dependent in labor costs, and 5% decrease in feed costs. The global market size is around 7 billion annually. Tapping into 10% of this in Southeast Asia alone will have the potential to generate around 50 million per year. Our business model is simple. It's just like telco bill, but for your pond. So basically, a typical farmer can buy a camera one time and subscribe to the services by 150 ringgit per month. When we have critical mass, future branches of revenue, ancillary income will be coming from API as a service, commissions from marketplace, and even carbon credit monetization. So we are asset light and WhatsApp native solution. When I go and onboard all the farmers on the ground, the three main key themes was affordability, precision, and sustainability. It has to work on top of user experience. So we plan to onboard 500 new farms in 2026. When we have this data, we are able to increase our shrimp early disease detection. Right now, we are piloting with Blue Archipelago. And in 2027, we want to scale to 4,500 farms more. So why we started FishPeak is because we have our own farm, and with no data, no control. I'm basically tired with the middleman. The price is not good. So now I'm building FishPeak to fix that as a stepping stone to a farmer-first supply chain that works. So I'm planning to use this data as a backbone to enable a frictionless supply and demand matchmaking marketplace for the aquaculture industry and enabling other ancillary. So we are backed by business background, engineering and also tech background. We are also supported with industry players from the market, from the shrimp industry, and also fish industry, and also academia advisors from UTM. If we win the $1 million, we want to use it to onboard more farmers, 3,000 to be exact. In the ASEAN region, we want to be the ASEAN champion. And we want to use it to scale our computer vision model and to kickstart the marketplace. So ASEAN is facing a protein supply crunch. Farmers are under pressure to produce more with less. You guys can help us to be the change. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Carbotech for your pitch. We will now have 5 minutes of
Pacton.
Q&A with the judges. Oh, so sorry, Pacton Technologies, my mistake. Okay.
Hi. Hi. Hello. You have an accuracy rate of 95%.
Actually, as of yesterday, 99%.
99%.
Want to disclose.
And that is all based on the actual cameras rather than
Yep.
using your phone or whatnot?
Camera phones, and it has to be not less than 9 megapixels. So most phones have that now. And how we actually doing it is because of the data that we have gathered. We train it with that, and also some other proprietary methods from the image data.
Okay.
Hi. From the 74 farmers that are onboarded, are these paid or converted to be converted?
We have just completed the project, MDEX project, last March. So the project was granted to us last year, end of Q4 last year. And the 50 farms is actually with MDEX help with Department of Fisheries. And because of that, we are using it as a stepping stone to sign with Department of Fisheries for the RMK 13 budget in 2027. But in terms of paying customer, annual recurring revenue, not yet. It's contract based. This is a new solution we are offering to the market. Right now, they are using sensors.
Thanks, Faisal, right? Yeah. Faisal. But just now I saw the Indonesia, the letter of what that you received. Is this? Can you share a bit more on that? Yeah.
So this is new. I signed also on the MDEX stage in DEX Connects. Sorry, leveraging a lot of MDEX on MDEX. We just secured this letter of award last 2 weeks, basically at the event, DEX Connects. But we actually started the talk in quite a long time ago. It's just that we started with sensor. It doesn't work because of the salt water. It is not sustainable. And since it's a new way of doing things, not only detecting biomass and fish population, it is able to get water quality. So it's a pretty green field. Our competitors actually are not the. Our competitors are actually like HANA Instruments, the sensor companies. Those are basically the competitors.
Any specific farms that you're targeting? Is there a size, minimum size, or?
No, all farms can. We are basically trying to serve the 70% small-scale farmers, aquaculture farmers, especially in Malaysia first. Like MDEC, when they gave us, it's across multiple types of farms, from sturgeons to tilapia to shrimps. But the one that needed this the most are the shrimp farmers, because their survival rate is basically 30% right now because of the disease.
What does your next 1 year ARR look like? Like how many farms do you need? How many ponds? How much would you make from that? What's the profit margin?
It's basically the goal here is trying to do as a service, data as a service. The clients probably will be coming from government agencies for their own policy tracking, or it will be coming from insurance companies and even financiers, because this solution is not only water quality monitoring. It's also integrated with a bookkeeping mechanism whereby it can be used as the data for them to do risk assessment, for them to give more fundings later on. But in terms of your question, I cannot answer that right now, but I'm charging 150. If they do not want to buy a camera as well, they can use their phone to take the water quality. So that's 150 per month. I'm looking at LTV value, probably 5,500, so 5.4 over 1 customer acquisition cost. I'm not sure, I'm so sorry. I do not have the forecast yet.
The 10 million letter award, is it like mostly software that doing subscriptions, or?
It's camera per pond. They have 420 ponds. So every pond will have a camera, 2 cameras.
So it's a more hardware rather than software?
Yeah, the hardware margin is probably around 150% there. Yeah.
So that means you make few million gross profit in this.
If I are able to sell the CCTV thing. It's actually CCTV. 32 seconds. Any more questions?
All right, if there are no more questions, thank you so much to the judges, and also thank you to Pacton Technologies. You may now be seated.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's welcome on stage Pixel Lens presented by Rahir Zubairi. Huh? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, okay, apologies for my mistake. All right, so up next, let's welcome on stage Ada Biotech, presented by Muhammad Akmal bin Amir.
Okay. Okay. Sebelum naik pun sudah berdebar-debar silap nama pula. Okay. But I'm not here for stand-up comedy. Okay. Hi, I'm Akmal, the CEO and co-founder of Ada Biotech Sdn Bhd. So, Ada Biotech Sdn Bhd, we produce a biodegradable product. We start our company back on 2019 before COVID. And then COVID hit us hard, not only us, but all of us hard, very hard. But we managed to survive. And then we already sell about 104 million pieces of eco product, equivalent to 75,000 carbon emission reduction. Also equivalent to USD 1.8 million in revenue. So we target USD 20 million revenue by the next 5 years. So why? Why we start? Because this is the ugly truth. This is the sad reality. The world is drowning in plastic, we're turning it into opportunity. 80+ countries already banned plastic, 60% millennial prefer eco brand. This is from ChatGPT. Is it millennial? You prefer eco brand now, right? Okay, and then ESG mandate from global F&B and retailers. So this is our solution. We come up with this solution, Ada Straw. It's strong, compostable, and disappear in less than 3 months. And also we produced cat litter recently this year. Just start launch this first quarter of this year. We produced from a soy waste. So next we are going to introduce new product in line, which is Ada Cutleries and Ada Eco Packaging. So we are building a modular green material platform replacing disposable plastic with waste-derived, fast decomposing product. 7 days in water and 89 days on soil. So this is how market looks like for biodegradable product. It's niche, but isn't that niche. It's about USD 35 billion per year for total, and then our addressable market is about USD 100 million. We focus on Southeast Asia, and then our obtainable market is about USD 1 million because we already reached it in 2024. So how it works? By B2B supply, OEM white label, export distribution in Philippines, Japan, Singapore, Brunei, and also B2C directly. Then how we earn? By recurring bulk order from these B2B customers, OEM, export distribution, and also soon we have a cross-selling for different SKU. And then why it profit? Because we believe that with low or cost of goods sold, we have high margin and recurring sales. So this is our production capacity right now. Our machine right now can produce up to 5 million pieces of straw and 2,700 packs of cat litter. And our actual maximum capacity, we can produce 10 million pieces of straw with 54,000 packs of cat litter, which is equivalent to 8.1 million USD per year. So it's about 40% of our target USD 20 million without any CapEx yet. So this is why we different compared to others. We know we are not rocket science. We are doing biodegradable product, we are doing straw, we are doing cat litter. But how we want to produce a good quality product with a big quantity with this system, IR 4.0, modular product expansion, custom machine. We custom this machine by our own. And then we already comply with major certifications such as ISO 2000, HACCP, GMP, everything, you just name it. And then award, we have won global award, local awards, and we register our trademark in 30 more countries. We not just claim sustainability, we prove it with proof. Okay. All right, this is our revenue traction so far from 2020, from 13,000 USD to 2024, nearly 1 million USD. This is the real numbers. We are not playing with numbers. So on 2024, with the cat litter in line, 2025, sorry, with cat litter in line, we managed to break even. And start 2026 to 2030, we believe that we can reach 20 million revenue. This is our customer base, Zeus, Philippines, Singapore, Brunei, and then we supply to 5-star hotel. Sorry, I need to move fast because I left 1 more minute. And then hotel, 5-star hotel, 4-star hotel, and then theme park also, Sky Luge, Legoland, and then recently we enter Shell also. Petronas, the select skin. Okay, sorry. Okay, this is a competitive landscape, our Ada Straw. Why we different compared to others is faster breakdown time, good quality with high certification compliance and recognition, and competitive price. We collaborate, we co-develop and co-scale with leaders across sector, all sector. And then we're asking for 1 million USD for 10% equity, 70% for OPEX, 20% for CAPEX, and 10% for consumable. We also open for any M&A with a big ESG conglomerate who share circular vision with us. Thank you. This is our team. We are a strong team from engineering, sales, finance. We build real product, real factories, and real traction. Thank you. From Malaysia to the world, from EDA to everybody.
Okay, thank you so much to Ada Biotech for your pitch. We will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges.
Okay, I think in the semi-final, right? I think one feedback that we put was that the straw and the cat litter both use the same branding.
Yes.
So do you manage to think through between that period and now? And any thoughts?
Yes. Okay, we already have think about it, but in order to build our brand, because we have internal meeting after that, after the feedback, in order to build our brand, Ada, we want to make people know that Ada can produce anything. So we don't, of course we have concern about people say, why you Ada straw and then suddenly Ada cat litter? Because our goal is we want to produce anything start with Ada. Ada straw, Ada cat litter, Ada categories, Ada packaging, whatsoever Ada, I don't know what, but everything start with Ada. We just want to make Ada brand better visibility in this world. Because we already, like I said, we already registered our trademark more than 30 countries. So when people say see Ada or say about Ada, everybody thinks like LV or Gucci or something in biodegradable business, right?
It seems very, very strange, right? Straws and then cat litters.
Yes.
So what's the next product?
The next product in line to be is nearly is a cutlery series. It's a spoon, forks, and plate, bowl, everything. Because we have the basic recipe to produce this straw, the straw. So from the straw, we want to mix it with more agricultural, which is right now we currently have contract with Mada, Kedah. So we collect the rice straw and rice husk to our factory, then we process it to produce cutlery product. We have the prototype. We do have the prototype. I bring to last week. I bring to Cyberview. If you don't believe me, you can ask CEO Isa. Right? Okay, sorry. Okay, we show already the product, everything, the prototype. We have it, but in order to tackle customers, we don't want to repeat our previous mistake. We come with Ada straw, and then people say, your straw sucks. Everybody sees that logo, right? But yeah, we admit it, but currently, we already have improved our quality. Our straw can last more than max 6 hours, is it? Yes, 6 hours. Now 6 hours. I don't know who drink coffee more than 6 hours here. Yeah. So yeah. All right. Okay.
Hi, Omar.
Hi.
I'm curious. Does it mean every new line of products you have, you're gonna have a new production line? Or you have found out a way to streamline that more efficient so that you don't have to spend a lot of money to create a new production line every time?
Oh, yes, I understand. So, as I said before, we want to focus on straw and cat litter for until 2026, end of year, because we want to create that enough revenue to invest on a new line. But in order to reach that level, to running maximum capacity, we need that 1 million fund, because for running this biodegradable product business is a volume game. We need to run in very big volume. We need a high working capital. If not, we are not going to break even, because we are selling straw less than 10 cents actually. Very cheap, but people keep saying expensive. You don't know how hard to produce that. Sorry. Okay.
How's the adoption of the cat litter? Because
Okay,
you just
so
introduced Q1, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, for cat litter so far, we have positive and a bit negative feedback. But the most feedback is positive. Positive feedback. They said they are okay with the price as long as it's 100% natural. Because before we start this business also, we believe that, cat litter, almost 20 ringgit plus, how people want to buy it? But when we go into the market, we have a very good acceptance by the market, because a lot of people now, like I said, 60% of millionaires, they prefer eco product. They don't care about the price. they prefer about eco product because the eco product not harmful to their life, not harmful to their pet life, not harmful to the kids. We have proven with all the certification. You even can eat our cat litter actually, but don't eat. Okay.
Yeah, I think for cat litter, most important is it actually absorbs the
Very
liquid
well.
and the smell. I
Yes,
think that's most
yes,
important. I have
yes.
cats. So, in terms of margin, what's the margin for both products?
For both product, our profit margin is about 30 to 50%. Of course, more higher on the cat litter side. Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Another 2 seconds. Okay.
All right, so thank you
Thank
so
you,
much
everybody.
to the judges. Thank you so much to Ada Biotech. Right. So up next, let's welcome on stage Pixelance, presented by Rahil Zubairi.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, honorable judges. My name is Rahil Zubairi. I'm the CEO and founder of Pixelance. Pixelance is basically a deep tech, health tech Malaysian company who's trying to redefine precision in brain MRI using a predictive model. And the way we work is we focus on removing the use of gadolinium, which is a toxic material used in brain MRI exclusively. So roughly 300,000 patients every year are diagnosed with tumors, which is adding to the list of people who are getting treated for tumors. And roughly by selling gadolinium alone, the producer of gadolinium make $1.5 billion per year. So we are focused on North American, European markets because they have preventive scanning, and that's where we will actually make money. And then we will come to Southeast Asia, but our focus is North America and Europe. So why gadolinium? Gadolinium is a material extracted only from China, 98%, and it's used for enhancing tumors because of its magnetic induction properties. But why we are against it? Because gadolinium is extremely expensive. It requires you to have a proper functioning kidney before a doctor can inject you with this chemical. So a person who has a problem with kidney function, especially people above 45, 1 in 5 patient has a kidney problem, they cannot get this injection in brain treatment. So it has severe side effects, long-term and short-term, and later research actually shows that some part of the gadolinium actually stays in your brain. So what we have done is we have created a proprietary reverse diffusion model which takes a normal MRI and predicts what it will look like if you got a gadolinium jab. Within 30 seconds, no side effects, we double the ROI of existing MRI machines, and we cost the save by 60%. How? If you go for a normal MRI right now, where you are diagnosing with tumors, they will do a baseline MRI first, 30 minutes, 45 minutes for the kidney function test, and if your kidney functions are above borderline, you get a gadolinium, wait for 30 minutes, and then the enhanced MRI. So we take away the steps from number 2, 3, and 4, and that reduces the cost by 60%. How we do that is MRI is actually a stack of images captured from different frequencies from the MRI machine. We extract layers T1, T2, and FLAIR and DSW, and we pass that to our algorithm to predict what the brain skull image will look like from that. You can ask more advanced questions in Q&A. This is just a sample. Our precision is roughly 91% right now. So you can see the sample FLAIR T1, T2 as an input, and the last image on the right-hand side is the one which is the output from our system, and the one with the second loss is actually from the patient. So our focus areas are primarily tumors as of now, with a coverage of 85% because of the data set that we have, but we can go to 100%. We are focused on brain tumors, but we will transition to stroke, especially with UPM, and then trauma cases for skull fracture or internal bleedings. Our business model is B2B and B2G. So we will start with Europe, where we will sell to health services by doing an EMA certification and access all of Europe, and then transition to FDA, where insurance companies are actually the stakeholder for us as a B2B. Our pricing model is basically, for smaller clinics, we will have a fixed price per scan with a setup cost of $1,000. But if you go for a larger hospital, we will have a custom license model where we will promise X number of scans per month as a baseline. The global market is roughly 15 billion. We are targeting 1 billion out of it, and we think we can easily achieve 120 million by 2029. How we predict that is because we have been inducted as the first Malaysian company in DXD, and we have Andrew Marcus, the group CDO of NUHS, on board now. So that's the thing we did with Singapore, and the next stage is we are going to for EMA. A bunch of players, but we want you to focus on Bracco. Bracco alone makes $1 billion by selling just the gadolinium. And that's where we will give him two options. Either it gives up, submits, or buys us out. Why we will win? Because we have Amir, he's an oncologist in the group. Myself, I have business and AI/ML experience. We have Shukur Wahab, he's the APEC director. We have our principal investigator sitting in the crowd with us. We're doing the investigation in Malaysia. And then Andrew Marker, who has actually joined us as an advisor, and also doing the clinical trial in Singapore. So we are back with Cradle. We have VC funding from Watchtower and Friends, and we have already first stage approved by EIC for funding for 2.5 million euros. We have data of roughly like 17 million patients now, and we will be doing our trials. So jumping for funding requirements, we are looking for 600K to actually do seed strapping. So after that, we won't need any more money. Yeah.
Thank you so much to Pixelance for your pitch. We will now right, so we will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges.
Thanks, Rahul, for the presentation. Just one question. You mentioned just now the accuracy is 91%, but what's the accuracy with the what's the thing?
Gadolinium.
Gadolinium, yeah. So how's that?
So the way AI actually works is because the current method is you have to use gadolinium. There's no other way, right? So you have a sample of the same patient from the same day as a scan. So there are two parameters that our model uses. It's called SSIM, which is the structure indexing of how close the structure of a generated image is to the actual image, based on structure, contrast, brightness, everything. And then the PSNR determines your noise levels of the product, the image generated, right? So that's a discriminator which determines. So the reason we are 91% is we don't have GPUs to process. So we are using 2 gaming PCs to process right now, because every time we get credits from cloud, we just burn that in a week. So the idea is to 600K will actually help us get 2.5 million, and we can like do FDA, EMA, and expansion with all that cost. We don't need to raise any more money after that.
Hi. How many customers do you have right now?
Right now, NUHS, with DXD, is doing the clinical trial. They will initiate next month. And the other one is IDC. They process 1,200 scans per day in Islamabad. And out of those, 80 are using gadolinium every day. So based on the data that we receive, 17 million, the contract with them is we will sell them the license at $10.
So roughly so all these are pilot. So
no, that's a paid.
That's a paid.
Yeah, IDC is paid. It's like $10 per scan.
So roughly how much revenue are you going to get from there?
So depends. For example, 80 patients, it will be their choice how many they want to go through our system. So we estimate that if they process like even 10 per day, 10 multiplied by 30 is like 300 times, so $3,000 per month, just from them.
Thanks.
Yeah, but they're also the data provider. So they gave us 15 years of data to us, like 70 million patients. Do you want to know how I calculate the lifetime value?
Yeah.
LTV?
So how confident are you that the 601 million, the 1.6 million that you required to get to your revenue, right? What is the confidence level?
Very high, because the first thing is, it took me 8 days to get Andrew on board. Every VC kept telling me, go to Singapore. I was like too much in love in Malaysia. And then I called literally A-Star on Monday. Tuesday was DXD. Lenny said, don't have to talk to anyone. Just talk to Andrew, who's flying in yesterday. I met him for lunch. He's on board. So he will make sure I don't have to spend a penny in Singapore. Problem is, if I do a clinical trial in Malaysia, I do in Singapore, in Thailand, it doesn't give me any market access. I have to go to Europe, and that's where Andrew is on board. He says, go to Europe, fly out as fast as possible. So it's a monkey flight in Singapore. The actual flight is Europe. And our expenses are 0. High margin business.
Okay, so judges, we have 1 more minute for questions. Yeah.
Bring a tough one.
Okay. Right, so going once.
So
going
we are already incubated in Lisbon because that's the cheapest part of Europe. So we are under Faculty of Sciences under University of Lisbon. But the company who's applying the EIC for us is a German company called Innova. And they actually help you get the grants. But it's a 70-30, so I need 600K to access 2.5. And that's enough, yeah, to basically the EIC invest you for 70%, just like MDEC.
One more question from me.
Yeah.
How do you convince hospitals to go for your software rather than using the traditional method?
So we don't convince hospitals. That's number one, because we will go for health services. If you prove to NUHS or NHS in UK, for example, they will impose that if there's a system which is non-invasive, not damaging your kidneys, there's no way they can propose a gadolinium-based injection. That's not possible. Just like now, Analyze.ai is the only solution for lung analysis. There is no other solution. It's all AI-based. So we believe we will replace it 100%.
Okay, so thank you so much to the judges, and thank you so much, Pixelance. You may now be seated. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last startup of the day. Let's welcome on stage Ecosphere Prime, presented by Jasim Putucherry.
Good afternoon. Last but not least, I hope, in this respect. My name is Jasim. I'm here to introduce Ecosphere Prime, our planetary neural network. Okay, so weather forecasts, we've seen them for years. And one of the things that they always say is heavy rain from Penang, Perak, Selangor, Johor. That's very hard to do anything with. And what happens in Shah Alam when there's a flood? And that flood affects an industrial park, and that industrial park then has issues with fulfilling its orders, having staff come to its venue, and it'll have to shut down its production plant. What it needs is more localized data to be able to activate a proactive plan, which it already has. It just can't activate it because it doesn't have the data. And that's the gap that we feel. We could have, if in that case of that industrial park, if we had put in our sensors and our edge AI inference engines, we could have prevented 4.2 million of losses. Climate change is here and will cause $38 trillion of economic loss by 2050. Mitigation efforts need to be made today to make sure that this impact is not realized. What is required for business to transform itself is real-time, accurate data from sensors and edge AI. And that is what we believe is needed and what we have produced as the planetary neural network. We call ourselves the Waze for the planet. We are installing IoT devices and edge AI at a hyperlocal level of less than 2 kilometers. Why is that? Because traditional methods of collecting data, especially in weather, are from satellite, and their resolution is more than 25 kilometers. This is why we feel that there's a great opportunity for us to be able to tap into the market and use our architecture that has lower cost and higher speed. We're using edge AI inference because we are putting this AI right next to the data and being able to derive those gains. Our main revenue stream is to sell sensors, and we are doing that with in combination with telco towers that provide us access to install these sensors. We are working with EdgePoint and Xperanti that give us a footprint of 18,000 sites across Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Oops. This year, we have won the Hello Future Hackathon. We have won first prize overall, as well as the first prize for sustainable and green finance. We've raised funding for $50,000. We are also launching our rollout in Penang with USM, with 50 sites, and another POC in Pantelleria, Italy. This year, we expect to have 200 nodes up and running and derive revenue from that. We are community driven in the sense that the sites that we put up are going to be owned by the communities. And those communities will supply us data. That data is then tokenized and put on chain. We are then, the sales we get from subscription using of that data will be used to buy back those tokens, creating a sustainable chain. I myself have 25 years in enterprise applications. I've built systems for governments. We've done billions of transactions. And I lead a team of domain experts in AI, firmware, and blockchain. But all this would not have been possible if not for the convergence of three main technologies. One is that the cost of compute is dropping very fast. NVIDIA is releasing its Jetson AI chipset with $250. Second thing is AI is now being trained on physics, and we can then use that to get us the outputs that we require at the edge. And thirdly, blockchain has reached a maturity when it can be used as a database for the public. But we're not just about climate, we're trying to build a spatial intelligence layer. Think of Google Earth with real-time sensor data with billions of data points every second. That is what is needed for AI to be able to be in the physical world. It needs sensory data to be able to work. Okay. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much to Ecosphere Prime for your pitch. Okay, we will now have 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. So all the nodes that have been installed, is that so how you manage that? Did you work? So all of those working with the local councils?
No, we're working with the telcos because the telco tower companies already have sites, so that it becomes much easier for us to piggyback off their infrastructure. That's why EdgePoint, for example, has 18,000 sites across those 3 countries, and we will be looking to work with other infrastructure providers like that in other countries.
Can you tell us about how you would scale this business? Because it sounds like there's a lot of IoT. You partner with telcos. You know, what limits your scalability?
Limits the scalability. I think on the side of the hardware, we have to work with hardware manufacturers to build hardware for us. I think the other thing is finding the right use cases, because we want to be agnostic to sensor data. So although we start with climate, it could be for all kinds of other types of sensors. And what our real secret sauce is that device which has the edge inference in it. It has the ability to have blockchain security as well as AI.
How will you explain your solution to a 7-year-old?
Oh, that was a tough one. Yeah, I think I would have a trouble doing that. Because I think the way that we try to do it is that it's, like you say, ways for climate, right? So what you're trying to do is you are giving us data from those sensors, and that data we are giving you back outputs. And that outputs are what is going to help to drive your decision making. Right now it's people using that data, but later AI needs to be, if you're going to have autonomous drones, for example, autonomous drones need spatial context, spatial intelligence in order to work. And that's what we will end up trying to do. And we see that as being the main driver.
All right, so any more questions from the judges? Okay, no questions from the judges. Okay, so thank you so much to Ecosphere Prime. You may now take a seat. I must be a very smart 7-year-old, because he explained also. I also still try to catch it. All right, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our pitching session. Thank you so much to all the startups for sharing your brilliant ideas. Let's give them one more round of applause, everybody. Okay, So right now we're going to be taking a short break for our judges to deliberate, and we also have refreshments prepared for everyone outside. Now, before everyone leaves, let us allow our judges to go to the room to deliberate first. So Sean, can you please escort them out? Okay. And one more thing I would like to share with everyone, we have two competitors from last year's Startup World Cup competition. Affilia and also Midwest Composites have joined us today. So if you do see them around, do take them. Oh, okay, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. Yeah, so if you do see them and you want to know more about their experience, you can actually go and ask them. Midwest Composite is the winner for last year's Startup World Cup. So if you want to know his experience in Silicon Valley last year, you can look out for him. He's wearing his Midwest Composite shirts today. All right, so let's leave the hall first. All right, so now the judges have exit. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, do enjoy the refreshments prepared. We will resume our event at 4:50 p.m. So please return to the hall at 4:50 p.m. as our guest of honor will be joining us. Thank you so much, and I'll see you all soon. the hall, please enter as we will be resuming our agenda right now. Ladies and gentlemen, outside of the hall, please enter as we will be resuming our session right now. You see? And as for ladies and gentlemen, inside of the hall, please do feel free to move in front some more, you know, as we will be taking a group photo at the end of the session, right? Okay, so for ladies and gentlemen who are inside the hall, please move forward. Yeah, there's still a lot of empty spaces here. So for those who are at the back, please stand up and move forward as we will be taking a group photo later. So we just want to fill in the spaces and all, okay? So can I get everybody's cooperation, please? Those who are seated at the back, maybe you can move a little bit forward, please. Okay. So for the ladies and gentlemen outside of the hall, please enter as we will be resuming our session right now. Okay. And as for ladies and gentlemen who are inside of the hall, do feel free to move in front and fill in the empty spaces, please. Thank you all so much. So ladies and gentlemen, the next session we'll be having is inviting our guest of honor, okay, YB, to be entering the hall. So later when YB enters, right, I will need everybody's cooperation to just stand up and give a standing ovation, all right? Can everybody do that? Oh, okay, all right, thank you all so much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome our guest of honor, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, you all may be seated once again. Okay. As we all know, Malaysia timing. Okay, everybody sit down. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, please rise as we welcome our guest of honor, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Yang Berhormat Tuan Chang Lee Kang. All right, thank you so much, everyone. You may now be seated. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on to our next event. Up next, I would like to invite on stage the Group CEO of Cradle Fund, Mr. Norman Matthew Verhacker, to deliver his keynote address.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berhormat Tuan Chang Lee Kang, Menteri Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi MOSTI. Yang berusaha Encik Kamarul Arifin Abdul Samad, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Cyberviews dan Berhad. Growth Charger Team, representative from Pegasus Tech Ventures, our finalists, our esteemed judges, guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear startup founders. It is a privilege to be here today with every one of you at the Startup World Cup Malaysia 2025 Finals, an event that continues to champion innovation and elevate our startup ecosystem. We at Cradle, an agency better known for our early stage grant programs, are committed to go beyond just that, beyond just funding. So we see our role in the past years have expanded to become more of a catalyst, a connector, opening up opportunities for our startups to not just build great products, but to scale and thrive beyond our borders. One of the crucial enablers for growth is market access. And we have been actively creating and supporting platforms that give our startups just exactly that visibility, the exposure, the networks that you need to break into the regional and the larger global markets. Now, Startup World Cup is one such platform. It enables our startups to test their ideas on a far larger global stage, connect with international investors, and position themselves among the region's best. It is more than just a pitch competition. It is a visibility pipeline to the world. Now, that's why Cradle is proud to support this program alongside with our partner Growth Charger for the past 2 consecutive years. Our shared belief in uplifting Malaysia's best startups has translated into meaningful progress, not just in numbers, but in reach, recognition, and readiness to go global. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already seen promising success story from past winners. Our 2024 champion, Midwest Composites, a Cradle Grant recipient, actually, has attracted interest from multiple regional venture capitalists and are currently exploring to further expand their market into the eastern side of the world. Aphilia, our 2023 winner, also a Cradle Grant recipient, has secured partnership with local defense industry players and soon to set their journey into the European market, especially with the Luxembourg Space Agency for their wireless power transmission technology and advanced radar technology. All this in a short span of just 2 years. Now, these journeys reflect how platforms like Startup World Cup can propel our startups onto the global stage. Cradle has also been actively engaging with key regional and global ecosystem players, building strategic alliances that open market opportunities for all our startups and strengthen Malaysia's presence within the international innovation landscape. One of the key outcomes from all this effort that we've done over the years comes from the recognition and trust that we received just last year at an ASEAN level. Malaysia, via MOSTI, through Cradle, has been entrusted to lead and execute the ASEAN Startup Initiative, a multi-year regional program aimed to elevate the regional startup ecosystem and to also provide opportunities for our startups and startups across the region to access a far larger base of opportunities and resources. Recently, we launched the Startup ASEAN platform, similar to what some of you may be familiar, the My Startup Single Window, which is catered specifically for Malaysia's own startup ecosystem. But this regional platform aims to expand and foster seamless cross-border collaboration among startups across the region, offering not just startup directories, but regional investors access, open innovation challenges, talent matching programs, all to strengthen our regional innovation ecosystem. Now, let's not forget the immense potential of what ASEAN as a region holds. Over 660 million people and a collective GDP exceeding or nearly becoming $4 trillion. As one of the world's fastest growing digital economies, ASEAN is a fertile ground for any startups ready to scale. Now, later this year in November, let's all of us come together for our very first Startup ASEAN Summit, the highlight of this year's Cradle Live series of events to be held in KL. It will be a landmark gathering of founders, investors, ecosystem leaders from across the region and beyond. Now, all these efforts, Startup World Cup, our global partnership, and all our ASEAN initiatives reflect this one vision: to empower and elevate every one of you Malaysian startup founders to grow and compete on the international stage. Ladies and gentlemen, to all the finalists here today, congratulations. You are at the forefront of a new generation of founders ready to take Malaysian innovation to the world. Whether or not you walk away with the trophy today, your journey doesn't end here. And Cradle will continue to walk that path with you through all our initiatives and our growing network of partners. I would also like to thank YB Tuan Chang Lee Kang for gracing us in today's event. And also our partners, Cyberview, and the host today, Growth Charger, for your steadfast collaboration, and all ecosystem builders present here today. We look forward to welcoming even more players to join us, because the more we collaborate, the stronger and more competitive our ecosystem becomes. Let's continue to come together, build an environment where bold ideas are supported, visibility is amplified, and startups are empowered to scale far beyond home shores. Let's not just be local champions, be global champions. Be the best in the world. All the best to all the finalists, and may this be just the beginning for your global journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Norman, for your keynote address. And ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we give a round of applause for our guest of honor, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Yang Berhormat Tuan Chee Lee Kang, to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Yang Berusaha Encik Norman Matthew Van Hacker, Ketua Pegawai, Group CEO of Cradle, Yang Berusaha Encik Kamarul Arifin Abdul Samad, Group CEO of Cyberview Sendirian Berhad, Growth Charger Team, representative from Pegasus Tech Ventures, top 10 finalists KL edition, startup ecosystem players. Ladies and gentlemen, Salam Sejahtera, Salam Malaysia Madani. A very good evening. It is truly my pleasure to be here with all of you today at the Startup World Cup Malaysia 2025 Kuala Lumpur Final, an event proudly organized by Growth Charger, the official organizer for Malaysia, and supported by Cradle as the title partner. Let me begin by congratulating the 10 exceptional startups who have made it to this point. Your presence on the stage is not just an achievement, it is a reflection of your drive, your vision, and your relentless pursuit of progress. You represent the very best of Malaysia's innovation ecosystem. Our 10 finalists today exemplify the remarkable diversity and ingenuity of Malaysia's startup ecosystem. For biodegradable straws and eco-friendly cat litter made from agriculture waste, to AI-driven medical imaging that eliminates the need for toxic dyes, these startups are tackling global challenges with bold, homegrown solutions. They are using advanced technologies to predict and prevent structural failures in critical infrastructure, converting unsorted plastic into sustainable fuels, and enabling small-scale aquaculture farmers to access real-time insights using just their mobile phones. Others are fostering transparency in charitable giving through fintech innovation, boosting crop yields with nanomaterials, and building decentralized networks to improve climate forecasting. These are not just businesses. They are mission-driven ventures, redefining what it means to innovate with purpose. This is the future MOSTI envisions, one where innovation meets impact, and where Malaysian startups don't just compete, they lead. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is more than a pitch competition. It is a powerful symbol of a nation in motion, a nation evolving beyond traditional industries and stepping confidently into a future built on innovation, resilience, and shared prosperity. Under the Economy Madani framework, the Malaysian government is committed to driving inclusive and sustainable economic growth. At the heart of this agenda is our belief that innovation is not just a sector, it is a national movement. As Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, MOSTI, I have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the grit and brilliance of our local founders from university labs to global stages. This year, as Malaysia assumes the role of ASEAN chair, we are strengthening regional collaboration and championing initiatives that connect our startups, talents, and ideas across borders, languages, and cultures. And this journey is not merely aspirational, it is underpinned by real and measurable progress. Today, over 4,400 startups are supported through the My Startup platform, a national initiative driven by the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, together with Cradle and ecosystem partners. In just the past year, Malaysia's early stage startup funding has surged by 44%, reaching $368 million. Total venture capital investment in our country now exceeds $3.3 billion, while median Series A funding has increased to $4 million, marking a 43% rise. Just recently, Kuala Lumpur was proudly ranked 18th among emerging global startup ecosystem in the Global Startup Ecosystem Report 2025. This momentum is a testament to the resilience of our founders, the depth of our talent, and the strength of our collective ecosystem. However, we know that numbers alone are not enough. We are investing in the infrastructure, institutions, and inclusivity needed to sustain this growth. Through the Startup Development Roadmap Super, launched in 2021, we have charted a clear strategy to cultivate Malaysia's startup landscape. The My Startup portal remains a centralized hub for programs, regulatory support, and funding pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Startup World Cup Malaysia is particularly special because it brings together founders not only from the West, but also from the heart of East Malaysia. Although our East Malaysia finalists are not with us here today, I want to take a moment to acknowledge them. To our inspiring founders from Kuching, you remind us that innovation knows no borders. Whether you are from Penampang or Petaling Jaya, Sibu or Subang, your ideas matter and they deserve to be heard. This dual chapter format, spanning both West and East Malaysia, exemplifies the kind of inclusive, nationwide innovation ecosystems we are striving to build, one where every voice has a platform, regardless of geography. I'm thrilled to announce that for the first time ever, 2 Malaysian startups, one from each chapter, will be selected to fly to Silicon Valley this October, where they will represent Malaysia at the Startup World Cup Grand Finale. There, they will join startups from over 60 countries, pitching in front of global venture capitalists, industry leaders, and world-renowned mentors. Break a leg. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambition is clear. We want to make Malaysia a launchpad for global impact. We will continue to empower deep tech entrepreneurs. We will continue to expand access to capital and market opportunities. And we will continue to build an innovation ecosystem that is diverse, inclusive, and future-ready. Let us continue building a nation where every idea has the power to take flight and where the next Malaysian unicorn might just be sitting in this very room. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and inspiring journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, YB, for your keynote address. We would like to request YB to remain on stage as we will now be proceeding on to present the token of appreciation to our judges. Now, ladies and gentlemen, choosing today's winner was definitely not an easy task for the judges. But with their expertise and deep industry knowledge, they have selected the ideal representative for Malaysia to represent in the grand finale. Now, to express our gratitude today, we would like to present to each and every one of the judges a small token of appreciation. So, please join me with a round of applause as we welcome our judges onto the stage. Starting with Senior Vice President of Grant and Investment at Cradle Fund, Juliana Jen. Head of Technology Hub Development Division at Cyberview, Shafina Salim. Managing Director of Endeavour Malaysia, Shan Lee Tay. Head of Funding Facilitation, Industry and Ecosystem at MDEC, Fazli Hisham. Vice President of Investment at Ignite Asia, Jake Tui. And lastly, founder of 1% Advisory and Coaching, Chen Chao Yo. Thank you so much to all the judges. Now we will be moving on to our prize giving ceremony. Now to accompany YB for the prize giving, I would like to invite on stage the Group CEO of Cradle Fund, Mr. Norman Matthew Verhacker. Startup World Cup Ambassador Avisiana Shukri. Director and co-founder of Growth Charger, Iskandar Shafi. And also Mr. Kamaru, the CEO of Cyberview. Okay, so maybe we can get the photographers, members of the media, if they want to take a photo, you just position yourself first. Okay. Right, so we can have one group photo of all our VIPs. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have all been waiting for, the announcement of the winner. Anybody want to guess who is it? There's no winner yet. Okay. Anybody want to guess who is the winner of this year? Excellent, some more. Obaraka, okay. Alright, so all of them, you have good answers, but no worries. I will be the one to announce the official winner, okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the Startup World Cup Malaysia 2025 KL Final is Kabotech, ladies and gentlemen! congratulations to Carbotech. Today they will be walking away with a trophy and a ticket to San Francisco to represent Malaysia at the grand finale. All right. So members of the media, you can now take a photo and a video. Okay, so can we get everybody to remain on stage? We would also like to invite all of our judges on stage for a photography moment. Alright, so can we get all the judges to all get on stage? Okay, cool. Alright, so thank you so much to the judges and congratulations once again to Carbotech. So you may now be seated.
I mean, to get the opportunity to go to Silicon Valley is a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. That's why we kind of work with Growth Charger.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so for the rest of the competitors, do not worry, you will not be going home empty-handed. Right? So in partnership with Work, they will be sponsoring 2 Hot Desk memberships for a period of 6 months for you to use. So thank you so much to Work. Let's give them a round of applause. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, no event is completed without a group photo moment. Alright, so with that being said, can I invite our photographers and videographers onto the stage? Alright, lights on please, technical team. And for those who are at the back, can I please get you to stand up and try to fill in the seats in the front? Yeah, we want to make this look very, very nice. So can I get everybody's cooperation for the seats at the back? Please stand up. Video dulu. Okay, can. Yeah. So for those who are at the back, please come forward a bit. Those who are also like very at the side, you can squeeze in. Yeah, just fill in the seats in the middle. Thank you so much. Sean, the mic for one. Yes, sir. I rasa abang patut masukkan rapat dengan orang, masukkan orang. Rapat-rapat. Left side, right side. That side okay? So nanti semua duduk kat center. Everybody in the center. Yeah. Okay. So a request from our photographer, those who are on the left and right, can I please get everybody to stand up and let's squeeze everybody in the middle row. Alright? So can I get those to stand up please? Yeah. Okay. So So those who are on the left over here, please gather into the middle and just squeeze in, please. And those who are on the right as well, try and see if there's any seat that is can. Okay. Photographer. Yeah. This now. Huh? Yeah, yeah. Tell me how you want. Tell me how do you want it. Okay, so everybody, for this photography session and video session, it has been advised by the photographer, the best shot we can get is when everybody stand up. So can I invite all the judges, YB, everybody to please stand up, okay, and everybody gather closer to the middle. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting out with the video first. And with that, I actually need the help of YB. And I will let you guys know what is the chant that we are doing for this year. Okay, so YB, yes. Yes. Okay. So I get your videographer, please station in front. Okay, so YB, what do we need your help with? You are going to be chanting Startup World Cup Malaysia 2025, and the rest of the room, you're going to shout KL Final. Okay? So we do a dry one first. YB, you can start. Yeah. Yeah, when you're ready.
Startup World Cup Malaysia 2025.
KL Final! Okay. Is that what you want? Okay, videographer, okay. Okay, so when everybody says KL Final, do it with more energy and then pump your fist in the air, okay? Yeah, bang. Okay, videographer, you ready?
Startup World Cup Malaysia 2025.
KL Final! Okay, so right now we're going to be going to photography session, okay? So photographers, you guys can move in the front. Okay, we're going to be doing two photos. One is going to be a formal photo and another is going to be an informal photo, okay? Okay, let's get the photographer to set up. Okay, photographer ready? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's start out with a formal photo first. Everybody, please give a very big smile. Okay, on your count. Okay, informal, freestyle. All right. So thank you so much, everyone. You may now please sit down. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much. We have come to the end of the event. We trust that each and every one of you have gained valuable insights and made some new connections today. On behalf of Growth Charger, we would like to thank each and every one of you for joining us today. And thank you to our partners for their tremendous support. And thank you to the organizing committee for all the hard work you did to bring this event to life. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as a freelance MC, I get to work with many different organizations. And I just want to say thank you so much for being such a supportive crowd. And thank you so much to the team. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nicholas. It is an honor to be your MC. Thank you and see you next time.